Okay. All right, we're live. Yo.
Oh, sorry about that.
All right, just give me a moment here. I gotta get one thing set up for you guys, and then we can start the stream. I apologize for being a little bit late. We're trying to get a few things queued up for the stream so that today can go smoothly.
Beautiful.
First Responder Garage, thumbs up, yay! How's everybody doing today?
All right.
All right, say something.
Hello, hello, hello.
Talk about something.
I wish I was smart enough to figure out what you're trying to figure out because you're pushing more buttons than I can count.
All right, somebody make a comment. Good.
Good morning.
We got our chat on the screen.
Drinking. Morning. Ooh, I need a cup of coffee.
There you
I
go.
wonder if Mama's watching and she's getting this as a message.
Yeah, maybe.
That'll all use mental telepathy.
Okay. I think we're good to start.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Michigan in the house.
Michigan in the house. Yay.
All right.
Not a bad place to be. All right. All right. It is day 2 of our 5-cylinder swap into this Fairmont Station Wagon that is sitting behind me. If you guys aren't familiar with the project, our latest video kind of goes into what we're trying to do here. So this is my 1981 Ford Fairmont Station Wagon. We picked it up in 2019 to go to Drag Week 2019. And we made it to the event. First off, we twin turbo LS swapped the thing in, it was 4 months.
Under 4 months.
Yeah, it was in 4 months. And
including testing.
Yep. Yeah, we got two test sessions.
Two test sessions. Broke it
broke
both times.
Yep.
And had to fix it because you sent the transmission to the graveyard at the first test, and then
that
you
was the trim ring on the damper cut the
I thought that was
radiator.
big too.
That was first pass with the
Oh,
car.
you are right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, very first pass with the car I ever made. The damper came apart, cut my radiator hose, and
Sent the car sideways.
yeah, sent me sideways. Luckily, the guy in the other lane was way in front of me, and because I had waited for him to go. So, yeah. So this car's been through a lot of evolutions. We unfortunately didn't make it very far in Drag Week, and then after that,
908 at 149.
yep, we heard some engine noises, and we decided to pull the plug.
Yep.
So.
Turned out to be a minor issue, but
Yep. And then we had transmission issue after transmission issue after another transmission issue. And then I decided that I wanted to put a Vortec 4200 under the hood, which is what we just removed yesterday. So this is the Vortec 4200 that was in the car. This engine has been 897.
893 and 894.
Yeah. So 893, we went with this engine. It's Ford rods and pistons, the faster prom supported cylinder head, set of Schneider 66RH cams, all our typical 4200 stuff. But recently, we started a new project, a 1995 Chevy Camaro. And when we started that project, I was like, well, once this one's done, what am I going to do with my wagon? Because if I want to go do fast 6-cylinder stuff, I would just take the Camaro. Why would I, this car kind of loses its purpose. It's also really hard to work on. And so I decided, you know what? We're going to breathe a little bit of new life into this project, And we're going to put a...
Hold on, I'm interrupting. First you thought about...
Well, yeah, I thought about putting the North Star in it. I've thought
Then you
about
thought
putting
about-
the VK56 in it.
Then...
I thought about LT. I thought about a small block Chevy. You know, anything but an LS. Whew, man. Yeah. So we decided let's breathe some new life into the project, shorten the engine up a little bit, and make ourselves a little more room here in the front to work on the thing, because that was one of my main complaints with the car. Was it just was a total pain to work on. You know, everything up front here with, you know, there is a 4.5-inch thick intercooler in the front of this thing, and radiator's super thick because car's a drag and drive car. You know, you got to have good cooling in order to survive these events. So, you know, it's just been slowly getting more and more cooling over the years, and it's just become harder and harder to work on. So the idea here is to shorten it up by 1 cylinder, make some cool 5-cylinder noises, and we're going to try and make more horsepower than the Audi Rally program ever did, which is 600 horsepower. And I don't know exactly what the horsepower number that they made. It was just, all I could find was around 600 horsepower. So that is the goal with this project. As you can see, I did some off-camera grinding, as the gamers would say. I've already mounted up the turbo. I'm just using the cold pipe and the down pipe on the back to kind of just suspend the turbo. And I've also started to lay out where I'm going to put the collector. I figured that would be a little hard to show you guys on stream, so I figured I would just knock it out off stream. Also, if you guys were here at the end of the stream yesterday, you saw that we were just starting to work on the engine mounts. Those are done as well. I knocked those out last night. In fact, I will get you guys in close here, and I will show you everything on the car. So, all right, we getting any comments? Yes, we are. Okay.
Crazy people, I like these. Yeah. Doing well. Yes, thank you. Race Banning.
Okay.
You know what? I'm going to brag on you a little bit.
Sure.
Guys, what you don't see off screen is the incredible number of hours that go into every video that you watch. There's 20, 30, 40 hours of labor that go into building those projects and filming and editing, and just the hours go on. And after the live stream last night, there's been 10 hours of work that's been done just trying to get parts located, set up, addressing computer issues, and I hope you guys appreciate just how much energy goes into this off screen. You know, between the two of us, we're typically putting in 90 hours a week between our full-time jobs and working out here. So a lot of effort, and we appreciate everybody that watches and is subscribed, and just thank you.
Everybody that buys a shirt and
Sure.
donates to the stream, it's really appreciated. In fact, while we're here, I'm gonna pin the link to the store if you would like to support the channel. We sell t-shirts, so this would be a great way to support us. It's greatly appreciated.
Virginia in the house, Georgia in the house, Iowa in the house, Prince George, British Columbia, Canada in the house. Wow, now they're starting to roll in fast.
All right, so let's get you in close here and show you guys what we got going.
Opelousas, Louisiana in the house.
Okay.
Mongolia?
Mongolia.
Holy mackerel, is that a town in somewhere in America, or is that Mongolia?
I don't know. All right, so we got our engine mounts. I made it so that this piece bolted in, just in case I ever wanted to go back. Also,
Ontario, Canada?
This allows us to
Quebec.
be able to remove the engine easier, because you know, if you just have these tabs sticking up, then the engine has to lift up past those tabs and then out in order to get off the dowel pins of the transmission. So I made this part unbolt just to make it easier to get the engine in and out. And if I ever want to go back, that is an option as well. In fact, I still have the mounts to put the LS in this thing. So, you know, if things go really, really bad, then
When he wants to catch Dad.
yeah. So the other side is done as well. I had to send the bolts towards the back on this side because, as you guys may have seen yesterday, the mounts are sort of, you know, one's offset forward, one's offset back. Also, I've started to lay out the collector location. So if you guys didn't tune in yesterday, this is a stainless header manufacturing collector. It's a 5-into-1 inch and 7/8 primary with a 3-inch outlet, and it is going to our V-band style turbine housing. So the goal is to run this S400 chassis turbo. It's a 96 by 88 turbine. Right now it is a 80 millimeter compressor, but I have an identical one to this that is a billet wheel 75 that I'm thinking that I'm going to put on this instead, because it should spool a little faster. And I think that, I don't know, I'm still, our compressor map discussion yesterday, I'm still sort of mulling that around in my head. I don't know if the 75 would actually be better suited for this engine. I'm kind of thinking that Dad's shaking his head. So, you know, it's this is literally right off a tractor trailer, this turbo. It came from a pile of turbos that are removed from tractor trailers, and we bought a kit to swap out the compressor cover and the compressor to an 80 millimeter wheel. So it's nothing special. It's literally like a $200 turbo.
Yeah.
So
Idaho in the house, Quebec in the house, Florida, another Florida, Ohio, Poland, Arizona, Australia. Oh, the real Mongolia. Ooh.
oh wow.
I'm impressed. North Georgia. If I missed anybody, I apologize. Oh, Minnesota. So we've got folks from Louisiana, all the way across the planet, Virginia, Illinois. I'm loving it. Ooh.
Also, Dad knocked this out on the lathe yesterday. So it goes from the converter pilot on the 4L80 torque converter and converts to the pilot on the 5-cylinder, if this thing will focus. Come on. Focus. Okay, it doesn't want to focus. Hang on. Got it. Okay, yeah, so this goes to the pilot in the 5-cylinder. We may have to shave this down a little bit to give them a little more clearance around the bolts, but we'll look at that when we have the engine back out.
Yep, made all the diameters right. I made everything long. That way we can custom fit it to make everything match the stack height of all the components.
Yep, so that's one key piece that we have to sort out. Also, I have the 1-inch bell housing spacer ordered, so we can...
Thanks for the help yesterday on that.
Yeah, thanks for the help.
Blaine, I see your comment. Thank you for wearing your Nivlac 57 shirt.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. So, all right, so today, the first thing that we're going to do is I'm going to make a little jig.
What? You're not going to call out Tony Angelo, who just pulled an Atlas on the Stay Tuned channel?
I don't know. He's got a little catching up to do.
Okay.
Nah, we'd love to work with him. He's actually a PA guy as well. So
he's one of our favorites.
Yep. He's yeah, we'd love to collaborate with him. We see him at Race for the House at Maple Grove
Down there in 2 weeks.
Yep, every year. So maybe
if you're in the area and you're into supporting one of our favorite charities, in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's the 20th. Sorry.
Yeah.
So over at
Yep.
Maple Grove, the Race for Ronald's house, 100% of the proceeds go to support the Race for Ronald. Excuse me, go to support the Ronald McDonald House, which basically supports families who are not able to handle the burdens of the financial crisis that they may be in because of family illness. So we've been involved with that for a few years, and it's been a real honor to be part of that. We enjoy seeing Tony over there. He's been a supporter, and that's at Maple Grove. So if you're in the neighborhood, please please stop by. Come visit us. We'll be racing, but our primary focus is going to be just, meeting and greeting and that kind of thing. We'll make a couple passes, and that'll be our day.
Yep. So, yeah, the first thing, yeah, well, I guess, yeah. First thing we're going to do is we are going to make a jig.
Audio lag.
Yeah, there's
Yep.
going to be a little bit of lag. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. So with the collector here, we're going to make a little jig, basically just weld a little tab off the head here, and to support the collector in orientation where we want it. And that way we can get all this stuff out of our way so that we can actually start making stuff. And then if I head over to the other shop, we have another 5-cylinder. This one's actually a 3.7 liter.
Big block.
So we can put the cylinder head onto this thing. We can put our jig up in place, and then we can start making primary tubes to go up into the collector, or into the cylinder head. So my goal is to make this this header look as much, or be as similar to the Rallycross manifolds that I have been able to find, which I can bring up a picture of what we're going for. But first I'm going to transition back to the main camera.
Wait a minute. Can we just totally geek out and show them those fancy parts?
Yeah, we could.
Or do you want to save that for a later surprise?
Yeah, we could do that tomorrow.
Okay. Dang it.
Yeah, I'm going to tease you guys.
I like being geeky.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe you could explain it better than I could.
No, I'm going to let you do that because it's going to be
Okay.
funny to watch you just,
Uh-huh. Well, I know it uses Bernoulli's principle of like a tapered cone increases the pressure as it narrows down, and
I don't care what it does. It looks cool.
yeah, it does look cool, but it uses some Bernoulli's principle to make it so that the cylinders get better distribution. That's about all I know.
Maximus geekiness.
Uh-huh.
It's a beautiful piece.
Yeah.
All right, more Australia. Love it.
Okay.
Alabama,
so
New Jersey.
Here is what we're going for. So this is a Rallycross
Pennsylvania.
exhaust manifold. This is from one of the Audi S1 Rallycross exhaust manifolds. And as we talked about in the latest video, they use this manifold here, this guy right at the right hand side of the screen, and they inject air into the exhaust and put a little extra fuel in the cold side, and that allows them to use it as an anti-lag system. So as you guys, if you would have watched the video, you would know that the Vortec 4200 and the 3500 and the 4-cylinder, the 2800, 2900, 3700, all of them, they all have a secondary air injection manifold integrated into the cylinder head. So we should be able to do that, but we don't have to duplicate that part. What we're going for is this bit right here. So I'm going to try and mimic how the primaries are laid out. I guess I should talk about some of the shortcomings, or some of the, you can tell that I don't know if what they did was intentional or not, but let's talk about it.
Oh no, another geek moment.
Yeah, I'm getting the whiteboard. Look out, guys. Okay, I'm not going to talk about thermodynamics or any of that gobbledygook.
No,
So don't worry about that. But, so normally, with a manifold or a collector, if this is your collector, and these are your tubes going into the collector.
Happy face again.
So normally, you would make it so that each cylinder would go with the firing order, so that it would create a swirl in the collector and cause it to, cause it to make a swirl in the secondary pipe, and it helps to scavenge the exhaust. But with that manifold, you can see that they did not do that. They had two cylinders crisscrossed with the way that they laid it out. So they were clearly going for something that was more
simplistic,
easy to fabricate and simplistic. So, if you were to do it the way that, would be a rotationally time collector, it would be 1, 3, 5, 4, 2, because that's the firing order of an Audi 5-cylinder. And, this would also work, because this would also work with, because it's just backwards. This would also work with the Colorado 5-cylinder, even though it does have a different firing order. It's just reversed. So we talked about that in the video. So if you want to learn more about that, go watch the video. So the way that they laid it out, they had it one.
Uh-oh. Can't see. Clearly your lens is dirty.
I don't know. But I think they're just being silly. But if they want me to clean the thing, I will.
Actually, that helped.
Okay, sure. All right, so the way that they had it laid out, let me bring up the picture again so that I can speak clearly. So they had it 1, and then this one was 2, because that made it easy, and this one was, sorry, this is not 1, this is 3. This is 4, this is 5, and this is 4. Or, no, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1.
Yeah, they did it for physical.
So they just made it easy to fabricate, which that's what we're going to do. But, it's not going to be rotationally timed. But we're going for that Audi Rallycross sound, so if we do it the same way that they did it, maybe that contributes to the sound a little bit. So, I don't know. We'll see. Sounds like it's easier to fabricate to me, so that's what we're going to do. So, all right, so let's make a jig, and I guess I'll respond to any questions or comments that came in real quick, and then we're going to get to work.
All right. I think you're on a one-person mission right now.
Yep.
So I'll stop in on occasion, and if anybody wants to ask questions of me, we'll catch up then. But in the meantime, I'm going to continue to do sheet metal work on the Studebaker.
Yep.
Ooh, they may want to follow me over there. Oops, somebody from Mexico.
Okay, so
maybe they like the Studebakers better than 5-cylinders.
Will you be using a TurboSmart anti-lag valve? I didn't know they made an anti-lag valve, I'll be honest. My plan was to use the valve that comes factory on the Atlas engines because I already own one. It's sitting. We got like 15 of them. We've always just taken them off and capped the manifold off. So, GM spent a lot of time engineering that valve, and I don't see any reason to not use it. We may find that it doesn't flow enough volume to work for what we want to do, but we already own it. It already literally bolts on, so we're going to try it. All right. Ever hear of Turismo Carretera? I have not. I'm not sure what that is. Does the Audi header have steps in the primary? it's a little hard to tell whether it's just expansion joints or if it's a step in the primary, because there's definitely something going on in the um, sorry. I guess I have to deal with it. Hopefully you guys can't hear the noise in the background. It's a little hard to tell if it's a step. It doesn't look like a step. It looks like it's just an expansion joint. These exhaust manifolds, especially when you're doing anti-lag, they get really, really hot, and I'm sure that they they put those joints in there just to help with. Is that off? Okay. All right. Yeah, they probably put those joints in there just to help with expansion, keep the manifold from cracking. So.
Comment from yesterday. If you don't reply to answers, it's because you're so focused on what you're doing, you're not looking at the messages. So
Yeah.
nobody take offense to that, because that happened yesterday, and that was just totally, we were in the moment talking about things and lost track of who all was commenting, and
Yeah,
that was not intended.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little hard to because I could be over there working on something, and chat's over here, so it's I'm not always looking at it. I try to keep it up on my phone, but then we were using my phone to film and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
So
Talked about a couple of ideas of maybe pausing on the hour and visiting, look at some of the chat, answer some of the questions. We've batted around a lot of ideas. We don't want anybody to be offended or think that they were being blown off, because they definitely weren't. It was just a moment in time where we were very focused.
So how will you control it with a Mac valve? No. So the GM solenoid is literally just an electric solenoid. I don't know if you can PWM the thing, or, vary how much it ejects. I was gonna treat it like an on-off kind of thing, but maybe it does need to be PWM'd. We'll figure that out. I mean, the first time around, I'm literally just gonna hook the air compressor up to it and see what happens. So, yeah. Have you thought about using compound turbos? Yes, I have. We definitely, the case for a compound turbo is you get the performance you're after. You get the flow while also having the response. So that is kind of the case for a compound turbo setup. The problem with a compound turbo setup is it's a lot of piping. It's a lot more complicated as far as, you got to learn a whole different way of thinking about stuff, because now you got two compressors, and it's not like a turbo where they're just doing the same thing. Now you got one compressor that's putting out one pressure ratio and another compressor that's putting out another compressor ratio. So you got to figure out how to manage that, and it's just a whole different world I've never been exposed to. So, at some point we'll probably give it a shot, but it's going to be a little while. We could definitely use some help spooling the 6-cylinder cars, but I may explore maybe some anti-lag stuff before we quite make the jump to a compound turbo setup. Yeah. Sorry about the mic noise. Okay, so Overbuilt Automotive says, explain how anti-lag works. Basically, you're injecting air into the exhaust, and you put in extra fuel on your fuel injectors on the intake side, and hopefully some of that fuel makes its way into the exhaust. Then you retard the timing a lot, and you're trying to get that air and excess fuel to light off in the exhaust and keep the turbo lit. In Rallycross, they normally use it for, coming off the throttle out of a turn, and then holding the boost in the turbo, keeping the turbo speed up so that when they come out of the corner, it's available, it's ready. As soon as they put the pedal down, the power's there. So that's why they use it. I want to use it for just spooling the turbo in general. All right. All right. I don't see any more questions. Oh, we just got a donation. Chris Casali or Cassell. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Christopher Casal said electric superchargers to get fast light off ? Yeah, I've definitely seen some of the electric supercharger stuff. I forget which one that Cletus was playing with on the dyno. The torque amp or whatever those things are called. They seem like an interesting concept, but then you gotta carry a battery. You gotta manage that whole system. It's an interesting concept. I definitely like it better than like the compressed air supercharging stuff. The compressed air supercharging stuff kind of scares me a little bit, just because you have a cylinder with oxygen in it that's pressurized to 3,500 psi, and it's like sitting right next to you. Which, you could say the same thing about a nitrous bottle, but I don't know. It just, that one, what if you get into a wreck? Is this thing gonna hurt somebody? It's just, I like the torque amp thing a little better than something like that. You could, have that thing lit up, before you launch, and yeah, that would be an interesting idea if somebody made something a little higher capacity. Okay. Yep, somebody literally just said compressed air induction. Yep. Yep. What power are you expecting out of this build? I'm hoping we can break 600 wheel horsepower. Yeah, it's like an internal combustion afterburner, kinda, sorta. Turns that turbo into a jet engine, kind of. That's funny. Honda tricks. That's a funny one. Okay. DMAC, have you talked about the difference between the 35 to 3700? I haven't, but I have. Yesterday I talked about it a bunch of times. A lot of people are like, "Why aren't you using the 3700?" There's a couple differences. 3500 has the same bore and stroke as a 4200, which we have way more parts for. So that's why we're using a 3500 bottom end. But the top end is better on the 3700. It has larger valves, larger intake cam, larger exhaust ports. So it's just better in almost every way, which I found this really funny. They also converted to an aluminum valve cover in the 3700, but somebody makes an aftermarket valve cover for a 3.5 liter to get rid of the plastic valve cover, and because the aluminum, the problem with the plastic is it degrades over time, and it just turns into a thing that just leaks like crazy as the things age. And I was like, holy crap, like somebody invested that amount of time and energy into making a aluminum valve cover for a 3.5 liter. That's crazy. So yeah. All right, is this getting a max ECU? What trans? 8 HP. This already has a max ECU. It has a max ECU race, but we're actually going to be taking that off of the car because I want to put a max ECU Sport on it because I want to use the race on my Camaro. And this car has a 4L80E in it. We're going to keep that for now. Maybe someday we'll convert to an 8 HP. I definitely think it's a better transmission for the power goals that I'm currently pursuing. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens there in the future. I seen a guy on the Atlas Facebook page making a 5-cylinder oil pan. Was this you? No, it was not. Is this going to do rally style anti-lag? You should look into making combustion or combustor nozzle pre-turbo. I don't believe so, but yeah, I'll have to look into that. Apart from the large turbine, it still lacks water spraying into the cylinders for better compression decompression. Yeah, so you want me to do water injection as well? Yeah. We'll see what happens. I don't know. This thing has a monster intercooler, and it's going to be on alcohol. So E85. It's going to be, it's. I don't think we're going to need any more detonation resistance. Or you're saying spraying water pre-turbo to help it seal up? We've tried that before and haven't seen much gains from that. Okay. There's some real electric supercharger technologies that is seriously expensive. I bet. Yeah, I bet. All right, I'm gonna get to work. So I'm gonna make a jig. So we're gonna transfer over to, yeah, we're gonna hop over to the other shop. Actually, I'm gonna use a piece that I already developed. I'll be right back. Just gonna step over here. I don't think we're ever gonna use this again, Dad. I don't think we're ever gonna use this again. Okay. All right. So I'm going to I've actually made jigs before for the Atlas engine. So I'm going to take this and modify it slightly in order to hold the collector. So that is what I'm going to start with here. So hopefully the bolts line up. It looks like they will. So I just have to cut this off and then weld some metal to it. All right. I got to buy a Max ECU. Who is your supplier? I talked to 2 different ones. I liked the guys in New York, but digress. I normally just buy right from the Max ECU headquarters. I believe it's Steve. What's the guy's last name? Doesn't matter. Just go to, I think it's Max ECU USA or .USA or .US, something like that. I normally just buy right from them because you can literally just go. I should say I'm kind of a special case because I don't really need a dealer support. Like it's pretty rare that I have a question that I can't figure out with the, by looking in the manual. So I'm not really a typical guy that would want a dealer to give me support over time. So, you may want to, look for a dealer that's close by to you. That way, if you need them to help tune the thing, you might be able to take it to them and they might be able to help you. But for me, I don't need that. So it's not really something that I value too highly. So I normally just buy right from the maxecu.us site because I can literally just hit buy now and I don't have to call somebody up and be like, hey, I want to buy this thing. I can just buy it. So yeah, that's Steve Nichols. Yeah, that's who it is. Yep. Yeah, he's a good guy. Yep. All right, they want you to run for president, Dad. They want you to run for president. Yes, Dad said he would do a half decent job. He's not sure which half though. Okay. Live stream be available to watch after it's done. Yep. We'll have the VOD. You'll be able to go and watch it. So, all right, I'm gonna transition over to the other bay. You can see my Camaro in the background if you look closely, and I'm gonna start cutting. Yeah, this Camaro is gonna be an 8 HP swap car. So the guys that are asking about that, this one will be an 8 HP car. So I'm pretty excited about that. All right, so I'm just gonna go like this. We're gonna start over. Where'd my piece go? Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Don't you hate it when you drop a piece of metal and it's like it's in a pile of other metal and you can't see where it fell? So fun. Okay, so back to the other shop. It's better. Go. All right, so now we got the start of our jig. And I need some bolts. All right, got some bolts. Okay. All right, I need to cut more. All right. So my dad needs my help for a second. Hang on. Dad is working on his Studebaker over here, so. Left side. This. Okay. Your left. Car left. There you go. Piece of wood that I cut. I'm gonna push it. Piece of wood. Wedge up between the pinion. That rotates. You hold this. Yep. Get a hammer. Shoot. All right. Sorry about this, guys. Sometimes you need an extra set of hands. So this car is my dad's 1948 Studebaker, and we are converting it to a bullet nose front end, and it's getting a big block Chevy, a 502, and an 8 HP transmission. So I'm kind of excited to see how an 8 HP transmission works on a old school engine like a big block, especially something with a much wider torque curve. It should be interesting to see, you know, the 8 HP is so great because it has so many ratios to choose from, but does an engine with a broader torque curve require that? So we're going to find that out. He's trying to put the drive shaft tunnel into the car, and it's a little hard to do by yourself.
rotate. Thank you. Mark pulls it back.
Is it good?
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Sure.
No, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna pretend like I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
All right, let's grab
Let's
the
go
mallet.
forward.
Okay, hit it. All right, I don't want to hold you up from your project. I'll figure it out. Hold it forward. Thank you. Looking onto the.
Hold on, guys. Don't you just love using tools that are not designed for woodworking? For woodworking? Good.
So if you come forward about 3/8 of an inch. But okay, go.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Back to the jig. All right. So actually, see how far we can get this forward. Zoom. Yeah, that should work. All right. So I'm trying to make a jig. Comes off the cylinder head here. And grabs the turbo. Doesn't have to be fancy either. It just has to work. So I'm gonna trim this again. Alright. Why not use an 8L90E versus 8HP behind the 502? Because nobody has an aftermarket controller for an 8L90 that I'm aware of that's worth a darn. So that's why. Alright, so we got the first piece to our jig. Ordered it. Alright. Torque monster with a lot of gear is interesting for sure. Yep, we'll see how it goes. I mean, we got first or second gear trans brake that we can choose from. And, you know, it's going to be interesting. I've noticed with my Trailblazer that it's an extremely efficient transmission. It's like night and day compared to a Turbo 400. And I'm interested to see, you know, can we take advantage of the reduced drivetrain losses? My ear! Sorry about that, guys. Hope it wasn't too loud. Headphone users be warned. Like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, doing my best here, guys. Sometimes it would be really helpful if like I had somebody that was like listening to the stream and could like adjust audio levels. My brother was helping out with that yesterday, but unfortunately he's sick today, so he needs to rest. So sorry about that, guys. Yeah, my brother used to run the switcher at our church, and so he has a lot of experience with that. So, um, yeah, my Turbo 400 is an absolute torque robber. Yeah, I hear you. Did you let it down on the suspension? Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say don't do that, but okay. Back one forward a little bit. Back one forward. Back leg. Oh. I can move it forward. Back leg forward? Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's good. Yeah. We're going to take a real short break here, guys. I need to help my dad with this, so it'll be just like 5 minutes or so. we are back. Okay. So let's get back to making our jig. Okay. Have you spoken with Schneider guys to see if they would do a regrind? I have not. I'm probably not going to work with them on the regrinds. I'm probably going to work with somebody else, just because, you know, their regrinds are fine, but they definitely don't take advantage of the lobe like they could. So I have somebody else in mind for that one. Just got here and they already on the no, we just my dad is trying to weld the transmission or the drive shaft tunnel into his Studebaker, and he needed a hand real quick. So all right, so I need to make a piece of metal that goes down and grabs the collector. So let's find a chunk of metal. Yeah, that worked. I'm in trouble? Uh-oh. Mom's on camera. Uh-oh. Everybody behave. That's the thing that Dad machined yesterday. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Mom. Okay, we're gonna go with something like that. Alright, so if we trim this, trim that, that. Okay, let's trim it. So I got myself a chunk of metal here. I'm just gonna weld this to the collector and then weld it to the piece that I have bolted to the cylinder head. I'll be able to show you guys a little better once we transfer over to the other engine, but yeah, that's what I'm working on here. All right, we gonna see a driveway pool today? Nope, not today. We got a little bit of work to get done before we get there. We still gotta build the engine. We still gotta, you know, wire everything up. Yeah, I'd love to do a burnout today, but yeah, that's not gonna happen. It's we got a lot of work to get done yet, and hopefully by the end of the week we will be there, but it will not be today. All right, so that is what we're going with right there. Booga booga booga. Ah, he scared me. Remove the balance shafts and replace the timing chain at least. Yeah, we're getting rid of that junk. Getting rid of that those stupid balance shafts, that's for sure. Those are I just don't agree with balance shafts. I'm just morally opposed. It's like, oh, let's take this unevenly weighted mass and spin it at double the crankshaft speed. That's just stupid. Okay. Get the welder. Get the welder. Okay. Huh? Speaking of balance shafts, believe it or not, the Toyota 7M GT, that's an inline six, right? Has balance shafts. That's so weird. Why? I thought inline sixes were perfectly balanced. They're not. Nothing's perfectly balanced, but that's why I said it that way. Oops. All right. A piece of metal fell. Gotta pick it up. Of course, fell into a puddle of transmission fluid, so that'll make it nice and fun to weld. Now, all right. Gotta put on the Batman hood. What are you looking for? What are you looking for? What are you looking for? Oh. Yeah, I don't. It's right here. Move this thing. Yeah, it's weldy weld time. Wonder if my mic's gonna pick up on this. It just fell again. Where'd you go, buddy? Where'd you go? Back in the puddle of transmission fluid, of course. Alright, I'm gonna turn my mic off for a second. That way Alright. That was painful. Okay, so now I'm going to pull my downpipe out. No, I'm not. Alright. I see a window. I see a window. Whoop. This is a total pain in the butt to do because everything's in your way. You're trying to focus on something that's that big. Okay. And then you're trying to feed your fill wire across to the other side of the car. Of course, it's wiggling around like crazy. And it's cool if you don't blow holes and stuff. That's never fun to fix. Can you please weld together? Hey, there you go. Good job. Alright, can we get the other side? Can I get my torch down in there? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Ow! Shocked myself. I've never shocked myself that good. That was a good one. Alright, we got it. And let's get another tack on here. Think I can get in here. Maybe, maybe not. Tungsten out a little bit more. Sure, this is really fun to watch. And of course, I can't reach it. Too much crap in my way. You know, typical car stuff. Doesn't have to be a pretty weld, just has to hold. Yeah. I think we got something that's good enough. Are we getting interference issues, huh? Oh boy. What's going on there? Alright. We got it. We got it. I don't know, but shocked myself pretty good. Yeah. All right. Yeah, now we can take the turbo off. All right. I need to make the chat bigger so I can see it better. My eyes are starting to go. All right. guys know if changing spark plugs and coil plugs in a 200,000 mile vehicle will help it on gas? I mean, if you have a cylinder that's fouling out, or that's not firing right, your long-term fuel trims would see that it's running lean, and it might add fuel. So if it doesn't throw a check engine light, so it's possible it might help with fuel mileage. And anytime you're getting a less than ideal spark, you're definitely probably giving up a little bit of torque that you're trying to convert fuel into torque, and if it's not doing that to the maximum effectiveness that the factory tuned it for, then sure, you might pick up a little mileage. It's not misfiring, it won't, but yeah, if it's not misfiring. Yeah, I mean, it could also result in a poor combustion as well. The whole idea is to turn fuel into torque, and you want to use as little fuel as possible to make as much torque as possible. So that's the idea with fuel economy. But I kind of doubt it would affect it too much, just to give my opinion on the matter. Unless it's misfire. Vortec 2.9 Chevette could be a lot of fun. Yeah, I've always wanted a Chevette. My dad had Chevettes growing up, and I have always, it's like the 80s Cavalier. We used to have, or I guess that would be more 70s. The 70s version of the Cavalier is the Chevette, and we always had Cavaliers growing up, and I love those things. Okay. So now I'm going to pop my downpipe out and the turbo off. Get them out of the way so that I can show you guys exactly what I did. I want to see some insane person swap a 4200 into a Skyline. Yeah, that would be pretty dang cool. I've seen one mocked up in a R34 before, but the project kind of stalled out. I don't know if anything ever actually happened with the thing. Need to change engine in F350, and I kind of want to go a bit silly with building a manual transmission ZF6. Okay, cool. Sounds like fun. I would think the best build for an F350 would be the new Godzilla 7.3 liter engine, but mega dollars. Yeah, we've definitely looked into those engines, but like you said, they're pricey, and all the guys that are developing aftermarket parts for them are wanting a lot of money for it, which it's a low volume engine, so naturally parts are going to be expensive, so it is what it is. I get it. We deal with the same thing on the 4200. Okay. My mom has my lunch for me. Hang on. That's heavy. Okay, so that is good. All right, so we're gonna take another probably 15-minute break here so that I can eat my lunch, and then we will reconvene after. So just see you in 10-15 minutes. All right, we're back. It's lagged, Mom. It takes a while for it to catch up. All right. Okay, so let's get you guys in over here, and I'm going to show you what I did. So just give me a moment. Okay. Okay. So I made this little thing that bolts to the head here. Then it just has this piece of metal that comes down and holds our collector where we want it to be. I'm going to add a little extra bracing here just so it doesn't move around. But that is what we are going to transfer over onto the bench. And hopefully we can start making a turbo manifold. I am now noticing that it's going to be very difficult to get this bottom primary, because this bottom primary is going to come curving up and up into this port here. And that's definitely going to be a pretty tight package, but wonder if we could move this out a little, if that would work, because we need some room. All right, we might have to mock the turbo back up. I'm going to put a little brace from here to here, and then we're going to mock the turbo back up and see if we can move it a little bit this way. I think the clearance issue there was the V-band clamp, so let's see what we can do. I am hoping to have this done by the end of this week. So by next Sunday. That is the goal. Yeah, pie cuts, oh boy, here we go. I'm not a huge fan of pie cuts, but sometimes you need to do some pie cuts. So curious to find out the limits of the 5-cylinder. I know this engine is nowhere near that build stage RPM limits. That's what I'm curious about. Yep, yeah, I'm curious about the same stuff. I'm a little wary to rev this thing too crazy, just because, the crankshaft is inherently imbalanced, as I've talked about quite a few times. You're dealing with a 5-cylinder, which has some shortcomings, but should be able to rev it decently high. The Audi rally program was taking them to 8,000 RPM, so yes, this is a Chevy inline, but it's a 3500, not a 4200. So, yep. Alright, gotta find another chunk of metal that I can bridge across. We're gonna use this one. Alright, so we're gonna go from like here to here. And sort of triangulate. Triangulate. There's your word for the day. Triangulation. I went to Penn State. What are they out of? They came in the Chevy Colorado or the Canyon, and they also put them in the Hummer, the H3 Hummer. All right. Nope, we will be putting forged rods and pistons in this engine. The goal is to make a decent amount of horsepower with this thing, so I definitely want to go straight to forged internals. Alright, so we are going to weld this secondary brace onto our jig. That's the big debate. Is it a fixture or is it a jig? Leave your comment down below. Is it a fixture or a jig? I want to know. So I don't know the difference. Educate me. Alright, we gotta clean that up. I thought jigs were meant to guide something like similar to how a drill press works, and a fixture is a piece that holds what you would be drilling. Okay. I mean, hey, you know. So this would be a fixture, is what you're saying. A fixture. A little bit more on here. Cool. That should do it. Looks like it's causing my thing to bug out when I weld. That's fun. You probably couldn't even see what I was doing. My bad. Alright, so now we can transfer it over. Alright. So, that feels pretty solid. So I'm going to put the turbo back on and see if it looks like it can fit where I just have now moved the flange. Try not to bump anything. This is really hard to do. Alright, let's get this off. Okay. Let's make this look as extremely difficult as possible. Yeah. 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 That'll work. Alright. Now we can pull our fixture off of the car. Luner's Outlaw Garage just says, what have I missed? Well, yesterday we got the engine mounted in the car. We pulled the, we pulled the 4200 out, then we got the engine mounted in the car. Today, we are making a turbo manifold. Now, I'm going to pull the cylinder head off and transfer it over to my block that is in the other bay. And then we can start making primary tubes. Hooray! All right. So here is our beautiful 5-into-1 collector going up into our turbo flange. So this is what we're going to work with. First piece of the puzzle. All right. Now, some people, when they're making exhaust manifolds, they like lay it out in the computer, draw it out, 3D scan the car, and really, really try to make it as complicated as possible. And there's definitely merit to that, but I'm more old school. I like to just, use the old eyeball micrometer and, line it up with the eyeball. It's just the way I was brought up. Sleeper Dude in the chat. Hey, Sleeper Dude. Yeah, we got some celebrities here in the chat. Sleeper Dude and Lunar's Outlaw Garage. I mean, come on, guys. Both of them have great channels you should go check out. I know Sleeper Dude is a big time Fairmont guy, so we know why he's here. Yeah, 3D scanners are pretty pricey, but especially getting one that's accurate. That's all right. Yeah. Is anybody else working on anything cool today? Or maybe it's not cool. That's okay too. I dug a ditch last week so that we could have this live stream. Alright. Got our exhaust flange. I literally took a 6-cylinder exhaust flange and just cut the rear cylinder off of it. So, bolt this guy up. Working on a 4200 swap. 4200 swapping my OBS Chevy. Very cool. I really like the 4200 and the 1UZ, partly because of being different, but you get a lot of bang for your buck. Yep, that's for sure. Still working on the 260Z long-term project. Cool, cool. 1933 8-door rat rod with my dad. That's awesome. 67 Chevy 2 LS swap. Good stuff, good stuff. Sounds like we got a lot of cool projects in the comments. Cage shirt. Are you asking about the wagon? It has an 850 cert roll cage. My very first, or our very first chromoly cage, I think. First time I ever TIG welded a cage. I unfortunately sold my OBS about a year, about half a year ago. Wow. Need to learn how to read. Should never have done that. Truck was nice, navy blue, very cool. Now, sorry you had to sell it, but I'm sure you'll get another one someday. So is the 6-banger going in the 4th gen? I haven't decided yet. I may build an engine with a little more compression ratio for the Camaro, just because the engine that came out of the Fairmont is one of the ones that we did the Subaru pistons in, so it's a little lower compression ratio. I don't know. It always seemed to respond well. It just never really seemed to make the same power that the other ones did. So yeah, I'm not sure. It may just be sit on the shelf as a spare for if one of the other cars breaks or whatever. How about an old overhead cam Pontiac inline six from the 60s? That would be neat, but you're going to be dealing with something where if anything breaks, you're going to have to custom make or, try to find, cobble together parts to be able to, fix the thing. So it's definitely something I've thought about before, though. It would be very, very cool. But, it's just dealing with something that old is challenging, when they didn't make a whole lot of them. The 250 inline six is a little more attractive to me because they made a ton of them. And so, if you break something, finding a replacement shouldn't be too hard. So, yeah. It would be cool, though. It would definitely be cool. All right. Thoughts on the Pontiac 3800 V6? People pretty well sussed out my disdain for V6s yesterday. It's just so hard to make them sound good. I mean, man, those things make crazy power. There's guys going stupid fast with those things. But, my dad actually worked on a racing program with a Buick V6 back when he was younger. But, I don't know. It's just, for me, I like something that sounds really cool, and it's hard to get that out of a V6. All right, let's start figuring out our primary tubes. So, gotta dig out my header material. Alright, so here's what we got. I like to buy these J-bends from Summit just because they're pretty much as cheap as you can get. And obviously, we all have a budget, and the cheaper you can get stuff for, the more you can spend in other places. So, it's these 304 stainless J-bends. It's pretty much the cheapest you can get for this amount of material. I really like 304 because it's really, really easy to get a nice weld out of. There are other grades of stainless that stand up to the heat a little better. But yeah, it's, yeah. Is the bore and stroke the same on all Atlas motors? No, it is not. The 4200s had all the same bores and strokes throughout the years, but the 4 and 5 cylinder got an increase in the bore size in 2007. They went from 3.5 liter to 3.7 for the 5 cylinder, and they went to from a 2.8 to a 2.9 liter for the 4 cylinder. All right, I need to consult the archive. So I'm going to bring up that picture of the 5 cylinder manifold again, just to see how they laid out their primaries, because I want to duplicate it as much as possible. All right, I'm going to alter it slightly, just because it's going to make it way easier to manufacture, and it's not going to affect the primary length a whole lot. So, or am I? So that would go there. Yeah, that's going to be hard. Let me look at my whiteboard real quick. What if I want to see if maybe it would make it rotationally timed? Oh, it would. Okay. All right. Maybe we will make this rotationally timed. If I go with the easier way to manufacture this thing, it would actually make it rotationally timed. Huh. Because if I take this to here, this to here, this to here, and these to there and there, that would make it rotationally timed, I think. And I'm gonna have to be using pie cuts no matter what, I think. Yeah, I don't know how to. Yeah, you're gonna have trouble no matter what. Gonna be doing pie cuts. So, yeah. It's gonna be really, really hard. Maybe I should do that one first. Try to work around it. Okay. A shortcut. All right. So first we're going to cut ourselves a 90 and see what that gets us. All right, I went slightly more than 90. Okay. Have you ever done research on the super short inline sixes that Volvo made in front wheel drive cars? Putting one of those in a Fiero or an MR2 would be cool. Yeah, I've briefly looked into them just because more of just like as like a like to kind of gawk at them a little. um, but you know, it's a neat concept, but you know, I just don't see too many people doing stuff with them, so it's a little hard to judge whether they're worth pursuing or not. Yeah, this is gonna be a hard one. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna be making a lot of pie cuts. I hate pie cuts. Boy, here we go. All right. See, this is where I would jump to my 3D printer and a guide to make some pie cut jigs. But what if there's another way we could lay this out? Because we're going to be making a lot of pie cuts. All right. Should be able to lay them out. All right. So, there we go. One of your best friends for doing headers is having a piece of paper like this that you can wrap around the tube and make lines on it. So, I'm going to start making a few pie cuts. We're going to need some. This is some tight radius stuff. Wish I had something with a little bit less bend radius, but you know, such is life. I wonder if I could do it this way. Let's try it this way. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Eh, eh. Should work. Alright, so I'm gonna make a couple more of them. Oh man, this is awesome. Hey, drag, drive, repeat. Mike Narks is in the chat. Yeah, that's the goal. I want to keep going live until we have this thing running and doing burnouts. That's the goal, anyways. Yep, Mike Narks just joined. Yeah, you guys, if you're into drag and drive stuff, you should go check out the Drag Drive Repeat channel. It's kind of like a news channel for drag and drive news, and they do a really, really nice job. So if you're into drag and drive stuff, frankly, they should have a lot more subscribers. They do such a great job. Him and Eric do a fantastic job, and yeah, good stuff. Looks like Nate. Hey, he slept in. No, the engine's still in the car, but I'm now making the turbo manifold, so I just pulled the cylinder head off of it. So I'm over here in the other shop. Hey Matt, how's it going? Wow, a double vid. Yes, yes. Yep. Yeah, you guys should definitely check out Drag Drive Repeat. They do a fantastic job. Hi, Clavin. I misspell my name that way sometimes when I'm typing fast. It's all good. It's funny, I'll put, be writing an email and put thanks, comma, Clavin. Alright. Got our first pie cut. Pie cut. How tight do we gotta make this? That's the question. Really like to not pie cuts if I don't have to. Yeah, it's better. Hey, that's workable. It's almost like good to go. Let's look at this. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. For being a guy that doesn't use pie cuts very often, this is manageable. Oh yeah, Nate, you didn't get in until 2. Wow. You guys were out late. I wonder if Summit and Jegs will jump on this. I don't know. They don't want to support the 4200, and it makes a heck of a lot more sense if you ask me. So hard to say. Alright, so alright, what am I doing here? Okay. Alright, making stuff happen. Alvin, do you think a 4200 can go 999 within the grassroots rule set? Yeah, if you put it in something light enough, maybe. I mean, you would have to do stock bottom end, you know, cheapest turbo you could possibly get. Um, you know, it's just hard to beat the Turbo LS. But really get ourselves a chop saw. That would make this so much easier. But, you know, we'll make it work. Eh? Eh? I mean, where'd that other piece I cut out go? Or did I not do one? I don't think I did one. Alright, let's make a few more of these pie cuts. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep. Ow. That's hot. Alright. $150 Harbor Freight chop saw with a Diablo blade works really well as a budget cold cut saw. I'm sure it does. Not a huge fan of Harbor Freight, I'll be honest. Just because I've had some bad experiences with them in the past, but you know, parts that don't work or tools that don't work out of the box and they won't honor their return policy. That kind of stuff. Yeah, it just seems like Alright. Getting somewhere. Getting somewhere. Yeah, I dig it. I dig it. Now, is that going to leave enough room for this? Uh, you know, sometimes it's easier to work without gloves. Well, it's like you're working with hot stuff. It's nice to have gloves, but sometimes it's nice to be able to feel it with your fingers. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Alright, so this one is going to go from here up to here. Yeah, I think we can make that work. Hey, Stampy, how's it going? Buy once, cry once. Yep. Yeah, that's how I feel. It's I'd almost rather buy a genuine tool these days than buy something from Harbor Freight, even though sometimes it's painful. Alright, I'm gonna start tacking some of these together. So, yep. Goes well. little flatter. Nice. Never gonna see that one again. Oh boy. I have no idea where that went. Alright, that's fun. Okay, we need to make more pot cuts, because, yeah, we need more. Okay. What max RPM would you spin the i5 to? I don't know. We're probably gonna stop around 7,000 with this initial effort. We're gonna be running stock cams on it, so it's not gonna want to rev out too terribly much. But I think in the future we're going to probably limit it to like 75. And we've taken a 4200 to 8200 RPM before, but they take them to even more crazy RPMs in Comp Eliminator. So, you know, it's I just don't really know what to think about the inherent imbalances of the 5-cylinder crank. You know, we'll see. We will see. It's one thing to like say what you think you're gonna do, but once once you start driving the thing, sometimes you're, we'll just say the other guy takes over. Yeah. Where did that piece go? I'd really like that back. Oh boy. I flung a tube off into the abyss. And I'm trying to find it. There it is. I found it. Guys, I found it. Christmas is saved. I found the tube that I flung across the shop. Kind of odd that GM put so much effort to prove a point with those engines, yet people really didn't embrace them. Yeah, well, money talks. And, you know, they were more expensive to produce, and the recession in 2008 hit, and GM needed to come up with some cash. So. It's fine. I don't know. Ecotechs are and Ecotech is the quickest four-cylinder in the world. I don't know about those Honda engines. I'll just throw that little bomb into the fire right there. You guys can argue about that in the comments if you want. I was not thinking I was going to be doing podcasts today. I'll say that. pain to work with, I will say that. Alright. Start gluing some of these together. Myself a marker. Ecotech is still the fastest drag four-cylinder 582 in the quarter. K Series went a 583. There you go. There you go. Just stir in the pot. Stir in the pot. I don't like pie cuts. I'm gonna just say that for like the 7,000th time. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hey, look at that. Alright, alright. We can work with that. Dive, dive, dive. Okay, we can make that work. Right there. Okay. Let's glue some of these together. Gotta mark my orientation. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now we can glue it together with the glue gun. I.e. welder. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Okay. Alright. I gotta go get the power for the welder. The welder. Doot doot. Pop, pop, pop. Beep. Considering there is a Mazda K series as well. Okay, you guys are still arguing about that one. Yeah, well, someone needs to come talk to my wife's 2016 Cruise because it's an Ecotech and it's a piece of crap. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here we go. Uh, stir in the pot. Stir in the pot. The old GM Quad 4s are slept on. Yeah, I've only seen like a handful of them ever, and they seem like neat little engines. But, you know, as with most things, you know, they're always making a better mousetrap, and you know, I'm sure something designed in that era might not. I mean, these days they're trying to make things as cheap as possible, so they're trying to push all the strength of materials to the finite edge. But you know, in like the 2000, 2000 2015 range, maybe 2020-ish, you know, there's some good engines in that era. You're gonna have a hard time competing with them. The Bat Hood. I need like lightning bolts to go off in the background when I put on this thing. It's the Bat Hood. So this goes to there. Cheerio. Cheers, governor. Excuse me, sir. Okay, there's that one. Okay, you wanna fight? You wanna fight? Alright, alright. Wanna be stupid? We can be stupid. Alright, our second one packed. Alright. We almost got our first primary done. Yeah, live stream camera needs a Faraday chamber. I was wondering. Yeah, that might actually be my dad welding. It's only when I start the arc. Okay. Eh, you know, it is what it is. Sorry about that, guys, but unfortunately, I've done my best. Well, I can do better, but for this stream, done the best I can. I've spent quite a bit of money and time trying to set this all up for you guys, so it's you know, if you guys show some support and show that you like this type of content, we can improve. If you don't, then you know, I'll see what I can do. This is hot. I should wear gloves. You know, that seems like a great idea. All right. This way. Yeah, it's this way. What am I doing? Huh? All right. Need one more pie cut, and then we can land our first primary. And I hate pie cuts. uh, well, thanks, guys. Okay. All right. Eh? Yeah, look at that. Not bad for the old eyeball. Okay, I'm going to bring you guys in close here. I'm going to show you what we got. Un momento, por favor. Boink. Alright, come on, come on, come on. Come look at this. Come look at this. Would you just look at it? I mean, yeah, that looks good. So, lines up real nice with the port here. Now, I'm trying to keep this tucked away from here because I intend to run a tube up through here to this middle runner. So, this one right here will also dive to this port right here. And that's going to require some pie cuts as well. And then this port down here, that will go up here. This one right here will go right here. Yeah, here. This one will go there. And then the bottom one, way down here, will shoot up and then into the center port. That should mimic the Rallycross manifold pretty good, but not bad for somebody who doesn't do pie cuts very often. So now we can get this first runner welded up, and then after it is welded, we're going to press the shape of the runner here into this tube, and we're going to show you a cool tool that my dad made to do that one. So, all right, let's get this welded together. Oop, wrong camera. That one. Okay. Alright, so I just need to clean up the burrs off of these two pie cuts that I just, or this one pie cut that I just made. Ow, that's hot. Just in case you guys were wondering, that is hot. You're welcome. All right, cool. That's welded. Let's do it. Sweet. Sweet. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Putting the bat hood back on. Na 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 Batman. Alright, hopefully this noise isn't too bad. Maybe, hopefully it's not like a super loud screech sound. I'll have to go back and watch the live stream and see if it's particularly bad, because, yeah, maybe I should mute my microphone for this segment. So this is the advantage of having an engine here on the stand. Instead of having to lean over a fender and have to fight with this thing in the car, I can just do it all right here. Super nice. Super nice. Very nice. All right. Okay. So I am going to back purge this as well. So what that means is that I'm going to fill the tube full of argon gas so that when I weld it, it doesn't do what's called sugaring. And that's where it makes these like little crystals on the inside of the tube. And it makes it more prone to cracking. So, also pro tip, if you buy these plugs for powder coating, they're a lot cheaper than if you buy them for welding. Because for whatever reason, welding ones are stupid expensive. Because whatever, it's like the same exact thing, but one's $1 billion and the other one's not $1 billion. So the only thing I gotta be careful with on this is if words. What am I saying? Oh, if I get too close to the plug with the weld, it will melt the silicone. That's what these plugs are made of. Pop. Alright, ready for some loud noises or something, or whatever it's doing when I weld? Oh boy, sorry guys. Ow. Alright, of course, I dip the tip immediately. Yeah, I recently discovered this new type of tungsten. It's chartreuse tungsten. I don't know what it's made of, but apparently the red stuff is like lightly radioactive, and the chartreuse stuff, the reason that people go with the red is because it's so tough. But the chartreuse stuff, it's also pretty tough, but it's not radioactive. So, you know, nice to not radiate yourself every time you weld. Alright, I might need to get my gas lens out. This is very gray. Also might be because I'm running really low on gas at the moment. Yeah, I need to get my gas lens out. Alright, we're going to switch over to my gas lens. Gas lens. Both gas lenses, but... Alright. For those of you that may not TIG weld, this is for getting more gas coverage. See how big this cup is? Gives you more gas coverage and uses more gas, but, you know. Yep. You're always going to be radiated a little bit, but, you know, any amount you can decrease is a nice thing. You know, you got to live your life. You can't just sit around and not do anything dangerous. You're going to turn into a potato or a vegetable. You got to go out and take risks and live your life. But, you know, if you can mitigate some of those risks, you know, it's kind of nice, I guess. Nice to live a long, full life. Okay. I was switching over to my gas lens and I realized I was trying to screw it on. I just broke it. Let me see if I got a new one. I normally have one as a spare. So, yeah. That's what kind of day it is. Alright. I mean, it was already kind of broken before, but I just finished it off, so... You know. Yeah. Hang on. What's this? Alright, I don't think I have a glass one, but... Yeah, this table here that I weld on, this was given to me by my grandfather, because he told me to throw it away. And, I was like, nah, I'll turn that into my welding table. So, yeah, I miss my grandpa. He was a good guy. He was a good guy. Yeah, might as well. Yep. Actually, I might have one in my house. Alright. We're gonna go on a brief pause, because I might have one stowed away in my house. Turn that off. Alright, I'll be back. I fried my phone welding aluminum once. Wow, that's some that's pretty impressive. All right, I'm gonna go. we're back. Reverse. Hey from the UK, reverse engineering Nissan's RB20 DET ECU. Wow. Sorry to hear about that, Shadow Ops Airman. I mean, you know, it's fortunately that's part of life. It's hard to say goodbye. All right, I'm gonna switch over to a different bottle just because I kind of like these welds to come out half decent. And this one is almost spent, so yeah, yaw. Sure. Which you like this spot or this side? How am I supposed to see it? Got it. Thank you. Okay. Dad almost has his transmission tunnel welded in. It's coming out pretty good. Trying to find my adjustable wrench. Is that it? Yeah, I mean, that'll work. One I was looking for, but you know. If you close the bottle first. Pro tip. All right. Back to work. Back to work. Ugh. So I did not have a clear lens, gas lens set up, but I'm gonna just go with a non-clear lens one because that's what I got. Okay, somebody mentioned it above, but I want to bring it up again. The camera is on the same circuit as the welder, so it cuts out when the welder is used. I mean, well, yeah, the circuit layout in this building is a little, all over the place. So, I don't know, whenever we weld, like, the lights dim, it's like everything dims, so not a whole lot I can do about that right at this moment, unfortunately. So, sorry about that, guys. All right. Must be an arm in here? Maybe? I don't know. Eh? Uh, that doesn't seem right. Okay. Eh? Oop. My gas lens. Okay. We are back in action. So, got a fresh bottle. Got my new gas lens. And let's see what we got for flow. Yeah, that's pretty aggressive. Bump that down like that. Turn our back purge back on. Alright. Back in action. Let's get ready to rumble. Right? 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 Am I right? Leave a comment. Am I right? You know. You know. Is that gonna fall out as soon as I start welding? Of course it is. Why wouldn't it? Turn around, make it better. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Okay, let's see how that works. See, this is what TIG welding's about. It's about patience. Spend a little prep time before you start. Goes a long way. It's just like paint. Yeah, see, that's come out way better. Way better. Alright, we're getting close, guys. Getting close. Almost got all the way around on all the welds. No, I'm not. I just flipped it over and it's like, oh my gosh, I haven't even started. Did I mention that I hate pie cuts? uh... Come over and look at chat as soon as I finish this weld. Or welding all this up. So if you got a question, leave the question now and I'll come over and answer it in a second here. I know. Yes, I know, Mom. It's unfortunately it is what it is. There's not really much I can do about it. Yep, they've already let me know a couple times. Okay, I got like an inch of weld left, so. Lit my silicone cup or plug on fire. Alright. Just gotta weld this little segment left. Or yet. And I'm gonna come and hang out with Jeff. Alright. We got it. Mm-hmm. Ow. Hey guys, when you weld stuff, it gets hot. Pro tip. Alright, that's off. That's unplugged. Ah, come hang out. Okay, you gotta turn that off. Okay, we're back. Okay. Alright, you're just filling the chat full of bzzz. Yeah. If you want to. Okay. Alright, what did I miss? We building a motor? We are building a motor at some point. So hopefully it'll probably be like Tuesday or Wednesday. We're gonna do a full build up of this 3.5 liter that is under the hood. I'm gonna use the block that is currently in the car at the moment. The goal is to do some forged Molnar connecting rods and some Weisco forged pistons, and yeah, that's the goal there. Take a drink every time the camera cuts. Yeah, you guys, you're gonna get pretty drunk if you do that. What's the ET goal for the red F body? I want to go 7s. Are you planning to have the 57 ready for 6 Smokies? I'm not sure we're gonna make that one. That's actually one of the reasons that we are working on this car at the moment is we might actually take this one instead of the 57. We ran into quite a few issues with the North Star, which I talked about in the yesterday's live stream, specifically with some of the starter stuff. Just, yeah, a lot of little issues like that. So it's just turning into a little bit more of a process than I knew it was going to be hard. It's just a little harder than I was expecting, I guess. Yep, the camera doesn't like the high frequency start of the welding. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. What color Nivlac shirt should I buy? You should buy all the colors. Navy or green? I'm a blue guy, but funny I say that. My 57 is green, but I like blue. You will look. Hey, yeah. See, Brian knows. You will look great in either. You should buy both. There you go. Um, yep. Thanks for the support, Matt. Thanks for the support, everybody. Question for everybody: is there still a demand for high-quality oil pans for the 4200? I would say so. I mean, there's quite a few options coming out in that particular area. I'm a big fan of the Forever Fabrications oil pan, which I can show you. Give me a second to dig it out. Rough. You have a microphone, right? Okay. All right, here is the Forever Fabrication oil pan. I really like how low profile the thing is. Nice bat wings on the bottom of it. And the part that I like the most is that it has a baffled sump with trapdoors in it. So, big fan of what he's done here. And then it comes with the pickup tube. Comes with the dipstick, which is calibrated to the oil pan level. And it comes with a pickup tube. A lot of pans that you buy don't come with this stuff. And you do have to relocate the pickup or the dipstick to, to the rear, because the 4200s are front sump from the factory, so they do not have a dipstick provision in the rear of the engine. So, yeah, good stuff. It even comes with bolts. How can you beat that? So that is my favorite offering at the moment. Okay. It seems like people are starting to keep up with the demand on the oil pan, but yeah, it's that one's your call. What is the best way to weld charge pipe, or can you just use couplers? I only have a flux core welder. Yeah, you may choose to run couplers. Make sure you use good T-bolt clamps and make sure that you have a bead on all of your joints.
Show them that bead
Yeah.
You can make one yourself.
Yeah, you can make a bead
Crimper.
Yeah, crimper. So this is a cheap budget option for if you need to make a bead crimper tool. So you just stick this into the end of your tube and you just work your way around and you can make yourself a little bead tool. This is just a set of crimpers that I modified. You just kind of grind it down a little bit so that it, makes the shape that you want. I added this little stop here as well so that you can just push it up against the stop and it'll keep the bead in the same spot.
Plus we got a bead
make sure
roller.
You got a good bead, and it's not everybody has the tools that we have access to, and we're definitely very blessed in that area. So you gotta make do with what you got, and silicone couplers can take you pretty far.
It's only on the one camera that you're losing your signal.
No, it's all of them.
Oh,
It's probably all of them, but okay.
Wouldn't surprise me if it's the ones in there because that's where the electric power's coming from.
It goes like it shows the rainbow colors, which
Right.
means this is becoming disconnected from this.
Oh,
So it's not the camera. I don't think it would just go black if it was that. Okay. What are you going to swap the VK56 into? How much power are you going to try to make with it? Stock, cam, springs, etc. So
thank you,
I guess I'll spill the beans.
What?
You
Oh,
want to spill? You don't want to not tell them? We can.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So we're doing a sloppy VK56 build. So naturally, we got to put it into a Fairmont. So we're gonna stick it into my dad's Ford Fairmont Futura. We're currently working on making that a little more pretty, just because the thing's, it's had a rough life. It's been in a scrapyard at one point in its life, and it's just had a hard time throughout its life, and so we're working on making it a little more camera friendly at the moment. So the goal for power, if we could break 800 wheel horsepower, I think that would be a pretty good goal. It's going to be a little tough just because the stock cams are going to really make it hard to make horsepower at RPM possible, and that's the only way you're going to keep the stock rods to live, alive. We're just going to run the stock cams to start with. Springs, probably just the stock ones. I mean, the 4200s, we'd run to 600 wheel horsepower with stock valve springs. So, we'll see what happens. Only on that one camera. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's the whole system. Back up. I remember my dad handed me a pipe that he welded. Yeah, it gets hot. I've rested my arms on pieces that I just welded before, and not fun. I'm building a micro fab shop in my garage. My goal is to add to that market. I really love the Atlas 4200. Is there any improvements you're looking for from that oil pan?
Sump volume.
Yeah, it would be nice to have a little more sump volume. I'd like to see the pickup tube maybe a little further back. I'd like to see it made out of aluminum. That would be cool too. I know he's working on an aluminum version of the oil pan. So yeah, that would be about any.
Big thing is the sump volume with the RPM we like to go to.
Yeah. Now we're at the bottom. Okay. Okay, question, Calvin, are you ever making a front-wheel drive drag car? I'd be interested in what custom work you do to make the suspension, as I have my own project with a built Hyundai. Okay, cool. We've actually done a front-wheel drive drag car in the past. It was a Eagle Talon that we swapped a LS4 into the front of. We used a Cadillac Northstar 4T80E transmission behind that. And we ended up breaking the world record for the quickest and fastest LS4 with the car.
Front-wheel drive.
Yep, front-wheel drive LS4.
Yep.
Which I doubt anybody's been faster than that. Nope. With the rear-wheel drive LS4 either. But yeah, so I would dig back. I think our playlists have the whole build. We have a playlist for it, so go back and check out some of those videos. And as far as doing another one in the future, I have. I don't know if it's the mountain I want to climb, because there's going to be a mountain to climb the way I would want to do it. And, I see the guys doing all the Honda stuff, but it's like, I just don't agree with their transmission choice. I feel like they should be using the 4T80. So, but I don't know. I would love to get like a Chevy Citation or like a Chevy, X11. What's the X11?
Yeah, Citation.
Yeah, I'd love to get one of them and do an LS4 and one of them someday, but I don't know. There's so many other projects I would like to get to long before that one. So, yeah, I'm gonna scroll up.
It's catching up.
Okay, I think an autocross build with a IT bead 2900 would be sick. A sick little setup in a Chevette. The VK would be more car than motor. I think more motor than car. Yeah, I'd love to do a Chevette someday. Yeah, 2900 with ITBs, that would be pretty cool.
That would be cool.
That would be pretty cool. Have you been following any of the compressed air supercharge injection stuff, and do you have any thoughts on that as a power adder? I think it's neat. I think the concept is really good. Like it's as far as like putting the engine in a situation where it can make lots of horsepower with as little stress on the engine as possible. It's fantastic, but I don't like the idea of having a bottle that is pressurized to 3,500 psi and has that amount of volume sitting next to me in the driver's compartment. I think that's just a little scary. I really hope nobody gets hurt doing it. I think it's really expensive too, for what amounts to basically a valve and some hose, and I mean, I guess the tanks are probably pretty dang expensive. Yeah, so I can. All right, I see where the cost comes
The
from.
sheer volume that you need.
Well, you need a dash 20 hose or something to. Yeah. So it's neat, and like I get it. I get why people are doing it, but like, you know, it's I just don't like those bottles sitting next to the driver, and you need so many of them to be able to make it through a full quarter mile or a full eighth mile even. So all right, Kurt Fish. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say you're late to the game. I would say, you know, it's just there's some other options out there. I'd still say there's a slot in the market for somebody to offer a quality piece.
Absolutely.
I meant to ask you this yesterday. Why can't you turn down your adapters to where it'll pass by the starter on for the North Star engine? So the problem is the
Depth.
Well, yeah, the problem is depth. The starter can't engage with the flywheel or the flex plate. It can almost get it'll get like part engaged, and that's just going to grind up that starter gear. It just can't. It's not getting good engagement with the flex plate, and there's no room left to move it any further back to get more engagement. So it just, you know, we have to go with that different style of starter, which we're working on it. We're going to figure it out. We're going to get it solved. It's just, you know, it's a minor setback. It's, you know, that's the name of the game. That's, you know, that's, you gotta
2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Yeah, when
2
you're
steps
doing
forward, 1 step back.
When you're doing an engine that nobody else does,
Yep.
you're gonna have to figure it out. And I love that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that I love doing. So you know, it's just it's part of the game. You just have to. Sometimes you spend an entire Saturday making a part, and you have to throw it away. Part of the game. Question: what are you going to swap the VK56 into? How much power? Okay, yeah, I think we already answered.
Yeah, I think you answered that before you scrolled back. Yep.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more.
Well, no, I think he just re-asked the question because he wanted to get his question answered. So, all right. Nate wants me to build a 4200 drift car. Yeah. I get it.
Sponsors welcomed.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to sell a whole lot of T-shirts to do that.
Yeah. You're gonna have to help us sell some T-shirts, Nate.
Nashville.
Aluminum is my jam. There you go, Kurt. I want to build a Fox Body 4200 drift car. That sounds cool.
Chevette in Albuquerque.
Never knew you made one. We'll be checking out. Yep, yeah, go check it out. It was a cool build. We had some struggles with it, but that's front wheel drive. I always wanted to do an all-wheel drive AMC Eagle. Yep. Were you? I bet you were talking about me with that, with me yesterday. Chances are, if you're watching this, we're live, and you were. There you go. Hey, see, the video worked. Cobalt already came out with a good 4-cylinder. Okay, we're still fighting with the Honda K Series versus Ecotec.
Hello, Mrs. Nelson. You have a good mother, Calvin.
Yeah, she's the best.
I thought you said she was almost tolerable.
Uh-huh.
Almost.
What's your goal horsepower for the North Star? I have a Cadillac STS with 70,000 miles. Definitely motivating, especially since you're the only person modifying that engine. I mean, we're not the only ones. There's been other people in the past, but certainly nobody else on YouTube. The goal horsepower, if I could break 700 wheel, that would be pretty cool. If it's only 600, I'm okay with that. At this point, I just want to make cool noises and do burnouts and
8-second passes.
I mean, I've kind of, I don't know. We'll see. We'll get there eventually. I think we will definitely get there eventually. But right off the bat, I'm kind of like, I just want it to work at the moment. So that's where I'm at the moment. Okay, I'll give you a Chevette. I'm in Albuquerque. Where is Albuquerque?
New Mexico.
Is it? Oh, okay. I thought that was. Oh, I was thinking Alberta. I'm like, where's Alberta? Okay, Albuquerque. So it probably isn't rusted out then. All right. People just don't bother with automatics for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why people don't do front-wheel drive automatics. I feel like, I think the reason is that everybody assumes that there's not any decent front-wheel drive automatics, but there is.
Yeah.
GM made one and spent millions of dollars engineering one,
And the 4T65 was well developed.
Yeah.
When the Ecotec program was ongoing.
yeah, but it's like same thing with the 4L60. You can dump $1 billion into it, and you're still gonna break it. 4T80E is a front-wheel drive turbo 400. Like, why are you not using this?
And we broke every one of them that we had.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, we broke every one we had.
I mean, we didn't break them.
That last one was
Well, no, we
pureed.
broke the engine.
Yeah, but when we pulled it apart, the oil was coal black. And
Well, yeah, but we were being pretty hard on it, and who knows what life it had before us.
yeah, okay.
All right. It uses the same parts as a 400. If you can make a 400 work, why can't you make that work? Okay. Anyways, I'd be interested to keep with the Vortec motors and see what it could do, though the Ecotex is definitely great. Yep. I remember people were trying to develop the 4-cylinder. Why do you think no one followed through? Are you talking about the Vortec 2800, 2900? Because yeah, there's Steve Polhill. He's about the only one that has developed that, and he's making pretty dang good horsepower. He's making like 450 horsepower out of a 180 cubic inch engine.
170, 165-ish.
Yeah. So yeah, that's very respectable. Almost downright impressive, I'd say. Okay, could you think of any cool ways to mitigate the dangers of that sitting right next to you? No, not really. I mean,
That
you
was
need-
mean.
I mean, sure, you could build a 1/4 inch thick steel barrier between you and it, but like, what are you gonna, like, you got a 3,500 I mean, yeah, I guess if you build a barrier, that might that might solve it, but you know, you're gonna make it so heavy that I don't know. I just
Oh, you're talking about the air
yeah,
bottle.
the
I
compressed
thought you were
air.
talking about the
No, I was talking about
the
the
danger of the
what, the North Star?
no, the crazy lady sitting next to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
You heard me.
yeah. There's not much you can do about that one. Yeah, I'm talking about the compressed air supercharging. All right. Hello,
You're
Mrs.
almost
Nelson. You
tolerable.
have a good mother. Yes, I do. I definitely do. She made lunch for me, and it was very good.
Oh, there was an LS4 question down below.
Yeah, we just jumped a whole bunch. Oh, there we go.
Oh, 31 Chevy.
I would love to see you do a twin turbo Toyota V8 like they do over in other countries. Yeah, maybe someday. We'll see. And the VK definitely has my eye at the moment. Got a 31 Chevy with a Mercedes OM606 on mechanical injection. Very cool. That's a diesel. Okay. Oh, a 41 Chevy. 41. Got to put that correction in there.
Want a
It is
bigger
not
car.
a 31. Tuffy's Garage says, hi from Sunderland, England. Wow. So
Wow.
does the
There's
8
people
HP
all over
kick
the
the
world.
4L80s? I believe so. Well, I don't know. There's a point where the 4L80 makes a little more sense, and that's when you're making a lot of horsepower. The 8 HP, I think, will get there to the point that it can hold 4L80E numbers, but I think it needs a little more development before we can put the nail in the coffin on that. At the power levels that this thing's at, and my Trailblazer's at, and the my dad's Studebaker is at, the 8 HP is way better, in my opinion. Okay, I want to see if I could put the new Sonata 8-speed DCT beside my built 2.4 liter GDI. It should work in theory as same mounts and wiring, just different pinouts and tuning to the stock ECU. Cool, very cool. The upkeep is overwhelming on the compressed air supercharging. Okay, I'm not familiar with the upkeep. Do they have to like test the bottles frequently?
Think how you got to compress the air to get into the bottle.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, that's going to take a serious compressor.
Yep. Yeah, I mean 3,500 psi is a lot. Have you bought the Northstar Performance cams? You'd be the first person on YouTube to install those, and if you did, automatically 400 horsepower with those cams. He does not make the cams for the LH2, which is the one that I'm interested in because it has dual VVT. So I've been hoping that he would start doing those cams. I've talked to him about it quite a few times, but yeah, the standard North Star, it doesn't do it for me. The cam driven water pump, the
Everything.
Camel bucket, you know, it doesn't share anything with the 4200 like the LH2 does. You know, it just, yeah. All right, Nate, get to it. Get to it. The Chevette that I would give you is pretty nice, but it has no title, and I'm serious from Albuquerque. Okay, I mean, you know, having no title, that's a little bit of a bummer, but hey, thanks, Matt. Thanks for buying a shirt. Cool. I was wondering if there was a way around the starter issues. Yeah, we're working on it. We're figuring it out. Let's be honest, the best four banger is the M12 BMW. All right, I don't know what that is, but sounds good to me. You got it, buddy. The Blueprint engine was originally developed for low RPM and can't survive at high RPMs at the cubic inch with no balance shafts.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Look at the, okay. Stephen Baylou. I thought I saw Steve Boulay. I was like, well, if he's saying it, then. uh,
No, there's many, high RPM four cylinders. That
Well,
blueprint motor, somebody would
what's the
have to.
blueprint?
That's the LS headed four cylinder, the 3.6.
Okay. Yeah.
They may not have
That has
developed a
lot of
balancer
stroke.
for it. No, it's a short stroke big bore.
I thought it was. I mean, it's 3.6, so.
Yeah. It's like a 3.5-inch stroke and a 4-inch bore, or something like that.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
No, it's bigger than that. It's 4.125, I think, bore.
Or multiply it by 2, that would be 7.2.
That's
So what's a set? That would be like a 427. Yeah, I mean that's a big stroke, big bore.
yeah, and we looked into doing a short stroke version to
Right.
get under 3 liter.
Yeah.
And the problem may be with those things that it may not have the counterweighting or the balancer to let it
Yeah.
survive.
Yeah,
But
I think in the configuration they sell it at, it has enough stroke that it probably would want to die at higher RPM. But if you were to de-stroke it or I think it takes the same crank as a like a standard, like a 153. So you might be able to mix match some stuff. How young is Dad?
oh my, I'm 61 years old and been married 85 years. It's been a rough life.
I always say because a lot of those years are in the doghouse, so you have to count them in dog years. There you go. I'm excited to hear what your 5-cylinder sounds like. So am I. I think a lot of us are. Crazy GMS old quad 4 set some records back in the day. Not many left around now. Yeah.
That was a good engine.
I'll take that Chevette. I live in a state that doesn't need titles. We're gonna lose our Chevette. Oh no.
You live in Florida.
Well, I mean Albuquerque's.
Very close to Mexico.
Yeah, that's the other side of the country. New Mexico's over by California, right? Yes. Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay, I build a LV3 V6 for S10 and going to try to make over 1,000 horsepower with. Nice. Yeah, I'm a little worried about the split pin setup on the crankshaft on them, but I think it is a forged steel crankshaft, so it should be good. Why didn't you put the 4T80E behind the LS4? Or why didn't they? Okay, I was just gonna say we did. I don't know. GM's they put the best transmission behind the worst engine. See, the North Star. I mean, it's not the worst engine. They put it behind.
Yeah, but the development of 4T80E was because of the North Star.
Yeah.
So,
But it's the LS4. Like, I think they made more power. They were bigger cubic inch, and
I
they made more
understand.
power. They should have put it. I don't know. GM does weird stuff.
there was something that had to do with the North Star. They put all their eggs in one basket.
Probably just the Cadillac guys had the budget for it.
Well, then they were so bulky.
Yeah, heavy cars. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe because of the weight of the Cadillacs. My Hyundai still has a Mitsubishi Auto from a Lancer. It's not too happy, but living at 300 horsepower and 200,000 miles. Yeah, that's what I hear. I hear it's hard to find a decent one. Steve Bailu, I like the LV3, like the second gen Cyclone idea. Yeah, that's cool. Have you seen those electric superchargers? I have. They're neat, but they're also really, really expensive. With the cost of entry into the Fox body chassis these days, you could just about build a Factory 5 replica Cobra with a 4200 and turbo cheaper. I don't know about that. You can still get, you gotta scroll back up. You can still get Fox bodies. I mean, unless you're talking about like some like rare Mustang or something. But keep going up. Yeah, right there. That's good. I don't know. Fox bodies, you can still get a cheap Mustang.
Yeah.
Pretty reasonable. But you know, I'm not saying don't do the replica, but that sounds cool too.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. Did you look into a 3.5 liter V6? Quite an interesting Hyundai engine. People say it can take a beating. Yeah, I've heard that the Hyundai engines are actually pretty tough. I definitely consider doing something weird like that someday. Who knows? What auto trans is good? Well, if you're talking about front-wheel drive, to me, the 4T80E is the one that people should be doing, in my opinion. If you're talking about rear-wheel drive, I mean, Turbo 400, I guess, but I don't know. We've had so many issues with them in the past. I mean, I'm comfortable enough rebuilding them now that they don't scare me as much, but
Haven't had a problem with any of the ones that you've put together.
yeah, I don't know. It's just painful. All right. I missed the live stream today. How's progress going? It's going well. We mocked up our turbocharger, and we're starting to make our turbo manifold. So hopefully tomorrow we can knock that the rest of the way out.
Did you get any tubes
And then-
done?
Oh yeah, I got one tube done. Yep.
Nice.
So
The
hopefully
hard one?
No, not the hard one, but I wanted to get the other two done so that I could. It's
Snake it.
yeah, I gotta snake it.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, we're making progress. How much horsepower can a 4L80 hold? I thought they weren't good for much more past 600 to 700. I mean, you can build them to hold 2,000 horsepower if you spend enough money. You know, this car has a 4L80E in it, and I mean, I have way more money in it than I would like, but it's I think this transmission could probably hold 1,200 pretty easily.
Yeah.
All right, ever consider a Lanco? Yes, I would love to do a Lanco.
You know how heavy and
No,
how much
but-
power they absorb.
but you got the rods, and you'd be the coolest kid on the block.
You
like-
got a Jericho and you
yeah,
can't-
okay.
coolest kid on the block.
Can the 4L60 in the Canyon handle any extra horsepower if I were to take the engine and trans out of a Canyon? I mean, you could definitely put a little bit of boost
They're
to
finally
it,
starting to sort the 460 or the
yeah,
4L.
every time they
860.
say that, they don't. It's just like somebody's like, "Oh, I figured them out. They are strong now." And
Well,
then
it took forever for folks to figure out the Paraglide and the Turbo 350.
yeah,
and
but
now-
like Matt was like, okay. People said, all right, you know, Matt Sloppy Mechanics. He's like, all right, they have them figured out. He's like, all right, send me the baddest one you have, and he got it, and it like slipped immediately. Like, it's just like, okay, like, I mean, maybe in there like that one specific person's car, but I don't know. We're also, you know,
jaded.
we're jaded. I mean, we're talking about like, oh, if it can't hold 900 horsepower, it's junk. Like, you know, it's. I'm definitely.
Yeah, we're, you know, the one in the Camaro, 43 passes at 1,000 horsepower, and it finally gave up the direct drive.
Camaro?
Yellow car.
What are you talking about? That's the Turbo 400. We're talking
Right.
about a 4L60.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, he's talking about a 4L60 from a Canyon.
gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought we had shifted over.
No. I was just still talking about. I mean, you could put a little bit of boost to it. I think it would be okay. I mean, yeah, it's, you know, it's one of those like you're shortening
All
the
neutrals
fuse.
coming up.
Yeah, you're shortening the fuse, and at some point that bomb will go off, and you know, gotta take the risk into consideration. How much injector are you going to be running on the 5-cylinder? I'm going to be running 210s. Single set of 210s. Okay, could probably get your tank filled at the dive shop. Yeah, but they have to use the entire tank every pass. So they need to fill it in between rounds.
Yep.
So you got to have a compressor available. And that's the cool thing about it is it's just air. So, you know, it is kind of neat that you can fill it up. It's not really like a tank that you can take in and out of the car either. It's so dang big.
We're gonna
You
steal
have to
this.
disassemble the entire car to get it out. Your channel rocks. Keep up this great content. Your fabrication is amazing, and your parents are absolutely awesome. Definitely buying merch. Well, thank you. That's very, very nice of you to say, and thank you for the support.
Yep.
Okay, I have, but I'm pretty deep into a 2.4 liter build already. Plus, you could just take a 3.8 liter out of a. I think he's responding to somebody else.
Would you do a budget Coyote? Yes.
Yeah, we would definitely do a budget Coyote.
I was looking at one just the other day.
Yeah, they're still a little pricey, but they're starting to kind of, sort of become a little reasonable.
Yeah. In the VR, at some point we're gonna do a Hemi.
Yeah, the
At some
VK.
point we'll do the VK.
Yep.
At some point we'll do a Hemi. At some
Yeah.
point we'll do a Coyote.
I mean, we're not the kind of people that are. You may think that we're brand loyal because we do so many GM engines, but
Everything gets put in a Ford.
yeah, I mean it's we like all engines, we like all manufacturers, we like if it's a good product, I'm willing to try it.
Yeah, we'll find out. And if it's
So.
junk, we'll find out.
Yeah. What diff ratio with this? We're gonna run what's in the car, which is a 3.50 ratio. S exclusivity. I never understood why they didn't use the most heavy-duty transmission behind the LS4. I don't think it was any more powerful than the top-of-the-line North Star, but it seems like they would have. Yeah, they should have.
They should have.
But,
Yep.
is what it is. They got to make money, and I'm sure the 4T60 was cheaper. So, scroll up a little more, Mom. No, I missed a couple. Because
Gen 3 Hemi Fox body.
Right. Oh, one more. Yep, stop. Back down. Okay. How big are the injectors? Okay, yeah, I answered that one. Actually, there's a guy on YouTube that built his own electric supercharger for just over $2,200. That's cool. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
One thing I've considered is casting a block that uses a flat print plain V8 crank with 2 rods per piston. 2 rods per piston. 2 rods per piston. Maybe he means
Yeah, that's low.
large. Oh, I was actually thinking about this the other day. Why don't they make a rod that has how that the rotary
Master rod.
where it has a master rod,
Mhm.
but you do like that but with a V. You know what I'm saying? Why
Yeah.
hasn't somebody ever done that?
I'm sure somebody has.
Yeah.
Why would you?
To make a V10.
Where did we go wrong, honey?
I think that's what he's trying to say. Because he's saying a flat plane V8 crank, but with a 4-cylinder. I think that's what. Okay. Anyways, what is the best way to find information on classes, records, and rules for land speed racing? Just go to lsr.net. LSR.
Well, you can go to landracing.com.
That's
and it gets you to all the links to all the different sectioning bodies.
Yep.
But typically you've got to reach out and get a rule book from them.
Yep. Working on my 4200 swap and my 52 Pontiac Chieftain. Very cool.
Nice.
But I also have a Triumph Spitfire that's basically a shell. Been tossing around the idea of a 5 or 4 cylinder build with it. Which one would you do?
The Spitfire is a very short car. So,
Probably a 4.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, probably a 4 cylinder.
Because the Spitfire engine is like this long and it takes up the whole engine bay.
Okay.
They're cool cars, though.
Yeah, they're alright. They're
I like 'em.
convertibles. I don't like convertibles.
Well, I looked at a GT when I was a kid. Yeah. Hardtop. It was beautiful.
Yeah. Are you going to... Okay, well, 2200 with electric supercharger. Yeah. Okay. Are you going to be switching to an 8 HP in the wagon? Probably someday, but not today. Or not anytime in the near future. Nate says Calvin is right. Is right. Lenko. Yeah, Lenko is manly and cool. Yeah, it's just cool. It's just, I don't care how heavy it is. It's just cool. Do a manual turbo 400 with a clutch. You know, I've thought about it because I'm stupid.
Maybe, no.
What?
I remember when they were the rage back 100,000 years ago. And converters just, they multiply torque.
Yeah, if you guys don't know what we're talking about, people have developed setups where you can run a clutch, like for like a manual transmission, in front of a turbo 400. And you would use the clutch to launch, and then you would just shift into 2 and 3. And yeah.
Yeah, you're still driving a pump. You're still
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Okay. What did Ford put out to compete with the 4200 and the 5-cylinder, or did GM just dominate the market? In the U.S., they didn't, but in Australia, they put out the Barra, but that didn't really compete with it. I mean, I guess at the time, I don't think Ford really had any like dual overhead cam V6s or anything like that I'm aware of. Maybe like the
Well,
Duratec or whatever that would have been.
the Tritons were the trucks, but
But they're not very good.
yeah,
Um,
it's still not a straight 6, though. There was no Ford competitor.
yeah. What is the most economical way to buy Bosch 210s in 2025? I don't know. I normally just work with Snake Eater Performance because
Yes.
they're not people.
Yep.
Um,
He developed a
Yep.
injector specifically for the engine.
Yep.
Worked directly with Calvin to develop it. You
Yep.
just ask for the injector, the Calvin injectors.
yeah, you can get drop-in 4200 injectors. So that's yeah. It was neat. I mean, it depends what you're doing. Mechanical or electric fuel pump. So if you're running really big horsepower with methanol, that's when mechanical makes sense. Otherwise, electric. If you want to a complete drivetrain from a Colorado Canyon, just stick the AR5. Okay. I think he's answering somebody else's question.
Yeah.
Gen 3 Hemi in a box body. That would be cool. That would definitely be cool. I know that's been done, but it doesn't make it any less cool. All right, go up a little more. Right there. Okay. So I was thinking about this. There are these dudes that have created a 4-valve head for a Ford V10. Yep, I'm familiar with it. I'm a really big fan of what they've done. I was thinking about this video they created on exhaust harmonics. Yeah, if you watched our latest video, I actually grabbed a clip out of that video because I enjoyed it so much. So, yeah, that was really, really, really cool. Yeah, I'm a huge fan. It's the build it yourself guys. Yeah, go check out their channel. They should have more subscribers. They do really cool stuff. Budget and Coyote don't even go together in the same sentence.
Not yet.
I mean, if you got a big budget.
Yeah.
I already have a Canyon. I got something else. Thing is, the 3.2 liter inline 5 turbo diesel that Ford put in the Ranger and Transit. Okay, I wasn't aware that Ford had a inline 5. When you guys gonna build a Ford V10? Don't know. I don't know if we're ever gonna do that.
That hasn't even crossed my mind.
It's crossed my mind.
A Ford?
Sure. I mean,
V10.
I mean, V10s are like...
Yeah, but it's only 368 cubic inches.
Yeah, but it's a V10.
Yeah, why not do a Viper, the
No.
480?
No.
Ugh,
No, I hate the Viper.
why?
Because it's a 90-degree V10. It's junk. Should be
Well, what
a
do you
72
think the
degree.
Ford V10 is?
Oh, it is? Okay, well, that's junk, too. Don't they have a Triton V10? Because that's what the
Well,
build
it's
it
based
yourself.
that's based on the same
Is
platform.
it a 90 degree?
Yeah, it's 90 degrees.
I hate the way that the Viper sound. I will openly say that. Like, I do not like the way the Viper sounds. They just, they sound like tractors. They do. I'm sorry. Somebody send me a Viper that sounds good.
Yeah, well,
I
I'd rather spend time on a Coyote.
Somebody's gonna send me a clip of that Viper that they put the Hurricane engine into.
Oh, that would be
and then
hysterical.
That's what they're gonna do. Yeah. And then I'm gonna be like, oh. Okay. What happened to the red Nissan Z? That is sitting in the barn at the moment. That will come out eventually.
Yep.
We're probably gonna take it land speed racing. I would guess.
It's going to be fast, no matter what.
Yep.
On a bad pass, it goes 150 miles an hour.
Yep. All right. Nissan's variable compression has 2 rods, and it is a complete failure. Good to know. Yeah, I've seen some of the GIFs of that working, and that seems like it would be error prone. Thinking about doing fresh air anti-lag on my Kia Spectra turbo build. Cool. Sounds like fun. Adam LTD LX is the YouTube channel that built the DIY compressed electric supercharger. Okay, I'll check that out. Pullman is late. You're late. What would you think about using a 4200 in place of an M52, M54 BMW engine in a E36 or E46? Doable or not worth, doable or not worth the effort? I think there's a couple guys that are doing 4200 swaps into BMW. I don't know the numbers. Like when you say E36 and E46, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. But I know there's a couple people that are doing swaps into BMWs. So, sounds like fun to me. Would you do a Bruno converter with a trans brake or a regular manual clutch with the Lenco? I don't know. They're both cool. The Bruno adds a significant amount of cost, but also is really cool. But it would be cool to have a clutch too. I don't know. Hard to go wrong with either. Okay, where 5-cylinder? It's right there. Where 5-cylinder head? It's over there. Snake Eater injectors. Brad will take care of you. Yes, he will.
Yep.
Would you trust a daily or semi-daily?
Tell him Calvin sent you.
Yep. Would you trust a daily or semi-daily to an electric-only water pump? Only read some manufacturers are doing this OEM, so like, is it fine? Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've drag and drived with electric water pumps, no issue.
Yep, I think it would be all right. Dream build. What's your dream build?
Oh,
Budget unlimited.
They're asking you, I think.
I think they're asking all of us.
All right, Mama first.
Okay, go ahead, say it. 67 Camaro.
No, she wants a 68.
Okay, 68 Camaro.
Red.
Black interior. With an LS3 under the hood. And an 8 HP, right? Okay. That's my job. Okay, so that's Mom's. All right, what's your dream build unlimited budget?
Unlimited budget. It would have to be a 57 Chevy with it'd probably have to have a supercharger, but twin turbo or supercharged big block.
We could do that.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to, but all my parts end up.
Okay. Yeah, but you put a 6-cylinder in yours, so if you want to do big block, let's do big block.
No, I'm gonna put the LT in it.
Oh, okay. That sounds good. All right.
What else? I want my dream build would be a super fast, no, not pro mod, but something pro mod-ish, drag and drive, 6-cylinder car that just was dominant.
I'd want a Chevy Cobalt.
Chevy Cobalt.
Tube chassis, like a 2-door SS Chevy Cobalt with 4200 and stupid fast.
Pro mod.
Yeah. That or maybe like a Pontiac, like a G8, like an ex pro stock car, like something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's bigger than the Cobalt.
Okay.
The Cobalt would be better because you're pushing 100 less horsepower worth of air out of the way.
Yeah. I really like the Cobalts that they turn into like big tire drag cars.
Yeah.
As dumb as that sounds, I'm sure some of you are like, a Cobalt? What? Yeah. I don't know.
It's your dream build, not theirs.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's, I want a tube chassis race car, whether that's a 69 Camaro
that would
or
be cool
a, whatever it might be. But I want.
Maybe that's the way to go. But it's got to be fast.
It's got to be a tube chassis, big tire race car with a 4200 and a big old turbo.
Money no object. It would have to be under 2,000 pounds.
Ooh.
That would be awesome.
That would be crazy, but that sounds really. I mean, I guess money no object. It would have titanium everything. So.
Yeah. Unobtainium this, unobtainium that.
Yeah, and we'd have to have a toter home and a stacker trailer full of spare parts. So if anybody's like trying to come up with our Christmas list, Secret Santa, whatever. Okay, Nate says, okay, Ford V10s are cheap. Okay, good to know. Nate says, lol, Calvin slandering Viper motor. Yeah. Yeah, Nate's always sending me clips of Viper engines, and I'm just like, bleh, bleh. Drunken Hamster, sorry to Papa Nivlak, but the Viper is an odd fire engine. Yeah, right. Ford V10 is the same bank angle, but the split pin. See, there you go.
Okay, so it's a split pin, so it's 90 degrees.
Yeah, but they put the split pin, so it's an even fire.
So it's an
That's
even
why it
fire.
sounds all right.
Did not know that.
The Viper it's just.
Okay, so you get something that's really big and small cubic inch.
Mm-hmm.
With no aftermarket support.
Mm-hmm. How's that any different than anything else that we do?
6-cylinder's cool.
Yeah, but that thing's the size of a big block and it's only 278 cubic inches.
Yeah, but you're retarded.
I know.
Okay.
I mean, you raised me.
Your mom.
I learned
you're
it from
50%
watching
your
you.
mom. I blame her.
Oh, okay.
Oh, don't look at me that way. I've met your family.
Yeah, Nate. Yep. Nate predicted what I was gonna say. I said they sound like tractors. Yeah. They sound like tractors. I'm sorry.
What's that? The Vipers? Yeah, they don't sound good at all.
Ugh. Okay. Yeah, I've talked to him about that too many times.
Yeah.
All right, scroll up a little.
Thoughts on the Yenko 302 Hemi? Very, very cool. Big fan of small cubic inch stuff.
Okay, all the good ones sound good through turbos. No, they don't sound good that way either. I'm sorry. 72 degrees. Same with the 5-cylinder. Yep. Okay, stay tuned. Channel. Put a Aston Martin V10. Yeah, that didn't.
That was a V12.
That was that was a V12. But that didn't work out so swell for them. I feel so bad
Yeah.
to put in all that work and then the first time on the dyno rod knock, like, ugh, that's painful.
That goes back to that oil pan, Get big sump oil pans. You really can't understate that. When you start cranking them up, I remember back as a kid when the big blocks started to become more accessible. They did not have enough oil pan volume, and they determined that over 5 quarts of oil was in motion. Forget what it was, 5 quarts at 5,000 RPMs or something like that. And, all the Corvettes had big sump pans. And, we found that on the 6-cylinders here that, we're running, I think the smallest one is 8 quarts. And then we've got up to 11 quarts. And we're still seeing some instability, but a lot of that was solved with the accumulator, as you described yesterday.
Yep. Stay tuned channel. Yep. The S-Smart V10.
Vortec 8100. We had one.
Yep.
Started to hot rod it, and then a guy ended up needing it for his work truck, and it's how he fed his family. So I just about gave the thing to him just to help him get back on his feet.
The best sounding Vipers were probably the old Oreca ETC GT2 Vipers.
With the LSs.
And they still sounded terrible to every car on track around them. I think I've said my piece. Stay tuned, just picked up a 4200. Maybe some help will lend itself. Can you move the mouse? Maybe some help will lend itself into growing your channel. Yeah, I mean, I would love to help him out. He has not reached out. I know he follows me on Instagram, though, because he likes, like, all my posts. So it wouldn't surprise me if he reached out at some point. He is local to us, so that would be neat. I'm building Hank the 55 as a tow hauler, 4200, 8 HP, and plenty of bed for drag and drive. Very cool. Mama wants an LS3 should be the name of the song. There you go. There you go. Tool. 4200. 4200 has more sport than the original 235. Yeah,
I would hope so.
Aftermarket support on the GM L8T is getting better. That's the 6.6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as all the other LTs, so yeah, it makes a lot of sense. No. If you want to build a V10 on an architecture, you can kind of use the LT platform and take a page out of the LSV12 and build it yourself playbook. Yeah, I mean,
That's like cubic money.
I'd rather do it with
your last name's Nelson, not your first name. Nelson Rockefeller might have had that kind of money.
Yeah.
Calvin Nelson.
I mean, I'd rather use
Banco Dad is going to go bankrupt.
3500 heads for that one, to be honest. Custom crank, welded block, and then piece together heads out of a C8Z06. Yep, yep. I'd rather have dual overhead cam, but I don't know. There's so many good V10 options out there that you'd have so much money into it. It'd be like Well, why didn't you just buy the,
Big black Chevy?
name your V10 of choice? So it's, it's. The Ford used the bottom end of a 5.4, but they have really big deck clearance and of course the bad spark plug threads. Yeah. Well, what the build it yourself guys did, it was so cool. Going to a 4-valve head. When is this lunch break over? LOL. We are not on a lunch break. We are on a Q&A session, so you watch your mouth. I know. Do you recommend a Haltech or a Link ECU for a 4200 Trailblazer? Was it easy to piggyback onto the stock ECU? I mean, you can't go wrong with either, but probably the Link. Yeah. I haven't messed with the Haltech yet, but yeah. This was a nice 10 out of 10. Gotta head out to work. Cool. Good luck. C8Z06 is a dual overhead cam. Yes, we got a 10 out of 10. Thanks. Yeah, the 5.5, man, they're so cool. I wish they would do a crate engine or like make it so that like, people could actually like, do stuff with them in like hot rods or something. Like, come on. But, it's they don't see the demand, I guess. So, all right, are we at the bottom? Yeah. All right. So, you want to call it a stream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got.
Yep, I just talked about that one. So,
Yep.
all right, I think we're gonna call it here. We're gonna go have family dinner, and
How many folks are watching right now?
I don't know.
Mother.
134. Look at that.
Well, thanks
all right,
for hanging with us.
One more question: have you seen excessive knock with the new Wiseco pistons, or just run it with 87 octane for daily? Are you talking about the 11.5 to 1 compression pistons? If so, we haven't run those yet. We've only run the 10.5 to 1 pistons, and we run E85 on everything, so no, we have not. But okay, we are going to call this a stream. It's been fun. Yeah, out. Yeah, there you go. So tomorrow I'll probably start around 9 a.m.-ish. So I'm gonna try and we're gonna try and knock out the turbo manifold tomorrow, and hopefully we can start on the intake manifold as well. Go buy a T-shirt, and yeah, go buy one of our cool new ones as well. Remember this dude. So.
Yep.
Thanks for all the support, guys. It's
And
been fun hanging out.
Determination is for sale now too, right?
No, I haven't really set one yet. I'll
Oh
have to
my
do that.
goodness, that's my favorite one.
Yeah.
I want one of those.
Okay. All right. I'm trying, Mom. Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right. See you guys.
Bye.